like to call to order the November 14th meeting of Benton Harbor's Planning Commission. City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Archibald,
Present.
Commissioner Bell,
Present.
Commissioner Henry, Commissioner Hensel,
Present.
Commissioner Marshall,
Yeah.
Commissioner Yarborough, Manager Mitchell,
Here.
Mayor Mohammed, Chairman Reed.
Present.
You have a quorum.
This time, we would like to make a motion for the approval of the agenda, if there are no changes.
So moved. Second.
Motion is made by Commissioner Hensel, supported by City Manager. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hensel,
Yes.
Commissioner Marshall,
Yes.
Manager Mitchell,
Yes.
Commissioner Archibald,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Chairman Reed.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Commissioner Henry is here.
Mentioned she's arriving. Commissioner's arrived. Commissioner Henry's.
Never.
So get it out of my mind.
Okay.
How your phone be busy? You have a cell phone.
At this time, I would ask if, are there any changes to the minutes, additions, deletions, corrections? If not, I need a motion to approve the minutes of October the 16th, 2023.
So moved.
A second.
Motion is made by Commissioner Archibald and supported by Commissioner Bell. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hensel,
Yes.
Commissioner Marshall,
Yes.
Manager Mitchell,
Yes.
Commissioner Archibald,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henry,
Yes,
Chairman Reed.
Yes.
Motion carried.
At this time, I would like to open the meeting up for public comments. Comments can be general. This will not be for the public hearing. Those will be separate opportunities for comments. At this time, the public comment section is open. Any general matter statements? Yes, state your name, please.
My name is Aliyah Horns. I guess it's kind of more of a question. Like, if Ox Creek runs like further or past Martin Luther King School, then like, what's the plans for the Old Tech Center? Like, if it could be like a aquarium or a nature center, attracts visitors, and they can pay. And outside of that, I kind of had questions for the master plan. I don't know if I should wait on that or.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We'll have our consultant here to assist with that answer for you. Any additional public comments? Hearing none, I will close the public comment portion of the meeting and move on to new business. At this time, the new business will be the public hearing on the master plan. And I would like to open up the meeting for the hearing. Do we have Mr. Lippens from, oh, there you are, from McKenna to give us an overview? Would you like to make a presentation at this time?
Absolutely. So today we have a public hearing being held on the Benton Harbor Community Plan. This is a recommendation can be considered by Planning Commission to recommend advancement of the community plan for approval by the City Commission today, following the public hearing. During the last 63 days, the city has released the plan for public comment. It's been available for review, and that 63-day comment period is required by the state's Planning Enabling Act. During that time, we received A few comments through the website. I think there were 4 submitted. 2 of them were fairly supportive in nature. One was provided by a member of the advisory committee and the Ben Harbor Public Schools Board, Deshauna Robinson. And I'll talk about her comments, which were addressed in the draft that Planning Commission has today. The other comment was questions about the recommendation in the plan, which is part of the equity policy areas to establish Benton Harbor as a sanctuary city, which means a city that's welcoming and accepting of residents who may not have proper documentation to prove citizenship. We did discuss that recommendation in some detail at the advisory committee meeting on October 24th, and we got direction from the advisory committee that recommendation should stay in the plan. We did add, one sentence stating that any policy considerations to implementing that should be considered by City Commission, and noting that having that as a recommended strategy in the master plan does not actually establish the city of Ben Harbor as a sanctuary city, but what it does mean is that it's a policy that could be considered by the board, by the City Commission moving forward. So that recommendation, we did receive a public comment on it, and we did discuss it with the advisory committee, and it was the recommendation of the advisory committee to keep that policy in the plan. And so it's one thing, Planning Commission, in recommending to forward the plan, if that motion is made today to the City Commission for consideration, you would be making it also with that part of the plan and essentially confirming the advice we got from the advisory committee at the meeting on October 24th. Some of the other recommendations that we heard through the advisory committee and working with the city administration that have been incorporated into the final draft of the plan. Really, I'm happy to say that we did not receive a lot of comments. I really feel like the plan was pretty well put together and had really been put together, with significant input from residents, as well as this Planning Commission and the City Commission throughout the process. So we felt pretty strongly about the draft when it was issued. And there were a few more comments that are reflected in the plan that I just want to highlight briefly. One is there were 2 public parks that weren't included in the plan. We did add those parks with descriptions of the parks to the maps. There were also there was a comment that was provided by the Southwest Michigan Planning Commission that was confirmed by the city administration that there are several parcels in the city that have deed restrictions or encumbrances on them, and they are required to remain public parcels as a part of several land acquisition deals that happened with MDNR. Notably, the Clock Park acquisition, there were some cities that were held in public that were required to remain public because some of that land was allowed to be developed. So we were asked by the Southwest Michigan Planning Commission to show those parcels on one of the maps, which we did. So now there's a map that shows which parcels in the city have those encumbrances on them in the plan. And we also made a very small revision to 3 of the future land use districts, the neighborhood center, the regional center, and the Riverfront Harbor District, to note that the city, with Planning Commission, should work with the state of Michigan and any agencies to remove any encumbrances on properties that would be better and more appropriately utilized for housing or commercial uses. So to kind of restate this, We did not necessarily find that those properties that currently have deed restrictions and encumbrances are necessarily most appropriately used in perpetuity as public parcels. One example is the area around Ox Creek, which the city is working to redevelop. There may be an opportunity to switch some of that land that's held in, say, the downtown area from being permanently public parcels to areas around Ox Creek, which might allow for redevelopment of some sites. So the way that issue was handled was to acknowledge that there are encumbrances on sites in the plan and to recognize that there are still opportunities to work to remove those encumbrances should a better solution, a better redevelopment opportunity come for those sites. There were also comments, as I mentioned, we received some comments from Deshauna Robinson from the Ben Harbor Area School Board, and she just noted some text changes that she felt like should be made to better represent the school board working in cooperation with the city on many issues. And I felt like the edits that she provided were really great, and I kind of went through and made sure that I addressed those comments in our last edit of the plan. I think those are really the big issues that are different in this draft from the draft that you approved for public comment. I do have two of my colleagues here, Jeff and Maya, who have helped with the process. I'll quickly ask, did I miss anything that you? Oh, I know I missed one thing. Alia is here, and she made a couple comments on, and for those that don't know Alia, am I pronouncing it right? Let me pause. All right, I got it. She was the winner of, or one of the winners of the Best Ben Harbor Talent Competition, and her artwork is featured in the plan. And she also provided us with some ideas about how to make sure the plan provides for housing for residents. I think that you recommended a model of, it's Kentucky, is it Pellicula? No, do you remember? Yeah, it's in the plan.
There was in Kentucky they have some sort of like living quarters for artists, where they only charge the artists so much money to rent these specific spaces, and so it helps the artists be able to, afford their cost of living by doing like off of the work that they do.
Okay.
So I was wondering if we could have something like that.
Yeah. And that program, that model that you suggested in your comment, we added that to the plan. So it's referenced in the plan now, as well as a few other places where we added addressing housing for artists was aligned with the community vision for welcoming artists and being an art-friendly city.
Hey, Paul, have you completed your presentation before I open it up to the?
Yes, I wanted for the record to highlight all the changes that have been made in the plan. And
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody has an equal opportunity to speak. But I want to
Absolutely.
make sure
So,
that you made your point.
I did, yes. As part of the public hearing, the Planning Commission will receive comments from any member of the public who would like to speak.
Now, he did not quote the 205-page master plan. So there might be some comments that you all have, and he's the person we're going to ask to assist us with that. So are you finished with the presentation then?
Yes, Chair. I believe I've covered everything that I would like to cover prior to the public hearing.
I'd like to ask the commissioners, do you all have any questions you all would like to ask concerning the master plan?
I do have a question, I think, a question. This master plan is a strategic plan. Do you have the elements in place to carry out the strategic plan?
Yes, I think many of the ideas in this plan and the strategies in this plan, I think the city has capacity and resources to start implementing on day one. I would also say that there are some visionary elements to this plan. It's designed to be implemented over 20 years, updated every 5 years. But there are certainly ideas in this year that the city does not have capacity to do on this day too. So it will require some work.
Let me be a little bit more specific. I said elements. I think what I really wanted to say, do you have the structure in place to implement this plan?
The plan is really designed to be implemented by the city. So I think the Planning Commission, you are one implementation arm of the plan. The city administration is another implementation arm. The DDA is another. The City Commission is another. But also, I think one of the interesting things about this plan is that it does include many ideas that were brought forth by residents who are also working on a vision to redevelop the city. And there are many ideas in here that can be implemented by business owners, residents, neighborhood members, because it is a policy-based plan that, you know, represents strategies that can be implemented really at every level.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Hensel and then Commissioner Hensel, okay.
You mentioned the remediation parcels. Which map is that?
It was put on the map that shows middle housing opportunity, redevelopment opportunities. I'm not remembering the title of that map right now. I mean, that's what I think. At one time, the map was called like city-owned parcels, and over time it evolved, and it appears as, I think it's middle housing opportunities map. So I'm also not remembering which chapter that's in, but it's one of the big maps in, I think it's either chapter 3 or 4. But I will figure that out. Let me do some I'll pull it up and I'll look for it so I can provide you the precise page number.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any additional questions? Commissioner Henry?
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna go back to the sanction part. Can you give me the dialogue with the advisory board, why they thought that it was a good idea to Benton Harbor have that opportunity in the future to be a sanctioned city? I did some research on it. I tried to even reach out to the website or whatever site it had for me to make a comment, and I couldn't do it. So here I am, and I need to know what kind of dialogue, what kind of comment, what kind of conversation was they having about Benton Harbor being a possible sanctioned city, and what is a possible sanctioned city?
Just briefly, the term is a sanctuary city.
Sanctuary. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I know what you mean, so
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same thing. The discussion revolved around the idea that within the plan, it presents the idea that the city should target 10,000 new residents in 20 years, I think, something to that effect. The idea is that, and we talked about this even when at the last Planning Commission, when we chose to start the public, the 63-day public comment period. There's a target in the plan to recognize that, in the late 1960s, Benton Harbor had about 10,000 more residents, and that the decline in population in the city has, somewhat led to some of the capacity issues. And in increasing the amount of people here, many of the other visions for redevelopment in the plan can come to fruition. So within the plan, there's a couple strategies that are presented that will help ensure that as new residents are welcomed into the city, There are programs to make sure that the city maintains diversity and continues to be a place that is welcoming and appreciative of people from multiple cultural backgrounds. We discussed at the advisory committee the idea that, what exactly is a sanctuary city, right? And what that means is that your public policy, your police department, any requirement for city permits, that you will not request any documentation to prove citizenship as a part of implementing your city programs. It notes that you're not required to actually require that documentation. It would not necessarily prevent the federal government from requiring that information in their activities, but it means that you don't have to request it, and you do not have to turn it over to the federal government because you won't have it. And when we discussed it at the advisory committee, and there are people here who were part of that discussion, and feel free to share your opinions on what you heard at that meeting as well. The main concern that was expressed was that if the city does implement this policy, will the city have capacity to make sure that it does so in a safe way, in a way that doesn't impact the lives of the people that live here? Does the plan actually establish the city as a sanctuary city in adopting it? And what we determined was, no, it doesn't, right? It's pretty clear that this is one strategy among many that can help the city grow. And that in adopting the plan, that policy is not put in place. So we did add a sentence to that description, that goal, that talks to making sure that the city understands if there are any capacity needs to implement the policy, that it's done so in part of considering adopting the policy. And that would be a role for city commission if it's pursued. One of the concerns that was expressed by the resident who submitted their comment via the website portal, who initially said they didn't think it was a good idea, was that there is, and I'm paraphrasing here, crime associated with cities that have adopted this policy. And in talking it over with the advisory committee, we didn't feel like that criticism really had enough substance to warrant removing it from the plan. I think many cities have used this policy as an economic development tool, and to really respect and welcome people from communities that are immigrants to live in the community without fear of harassment from police and from government agencies. So it was, I think, a really an open conversation that we had with the advisory committee, with the idea that completely removing this strategy from the plan is on the table. And I think Plan Commission today could say, I want this removed from the plan before we recommend we remove this from the plan and forward it to City Commission. That is certainly a recommendation that Plan Commission could make. But I can confidently tell you that in discussing this with the advisory committee, the decision was made to keep it in the plan and modify it with, understanding capacity issues could and should be addressed by the City Commission if this policy is enacted. But overall, I think there was support for the idea when we discussed it. I hope that's a good, I know I can be verbose sometimes.
Yeah.
I apologize, but I really.
It's good
Writing
that
this down
you,
to
that you
room
can
here.
give us all the information. Well, my first thought when I saw it on the paper, I'm like, look at all the other cities that have opened up their, and what they suffered. Benton Harbor is, residents are worse off than any immigrant that comes into the United States. Now, other communities that have accepted this, they've had their citizens to rile up and say, Wrong. I'm not against anyone. I didn't come here. I was born here. My great-great-grandfather was brought here. Two different things. So I have a real serious concern about this issue in America. And I'm not to allow anyone that come in illegally to get all the benefits that we, as African Americans, built up America, that we don't even have yet. So I have a problem with this coming through, and even to the fact that they're saying a possible. Why put it in at all? Down the line, maybe we will become one, and economically we could afford it. But right now, we can't even afford what we have. The new people coming into the city, how many roosters do you hear in the morning? That's their culture. They bring it with them, chickens, ducks, everything. We don't have the energy to even go and tell them not to do it. We don't have the energy to go and tell them that don't push your leaves in the street or don't burn your leaves after dark. So I'm having a problem with this one, and my suggestion is to completely take it out as it was asked to be done the first time.
Commissioner, are you finished,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bell?
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. You said that there were a couple of other inserts on strategy. Could you please point us to that? Other than us being a sanctuary city.
Oh, on the sanctuary city. No, it was just the only addition we made was one sentence that notes that the city commission should evaluate any capacity issues as part of adopting the policy.
I appreciate that response. Could you please point to me where there are a couple of other inserts in this master plan? Please reference me to where they are.
Not with respect to the sanctuary city question?
This is in respect. You said there were a couple of other strategies on how to insert this plan of growing the population to 10,000 people within the next 20 years.
Oh, I see.
So I'm asking you to please.
It's those pages that right surround where you're finding the sanctuary city paragraph. So one, I'm remembering, I don't have the plan in front of me, but you do. So
Need
like,
a copy.
no, I think it's okay, but you see those pages right around there. So I know one strategy says outreach to new residents and former residents from Benton Harbor. One strategy is outreach to artists. And there's probably a couple more there, but it's those pages that are right there. It's chapter 4, yeah.
33, 35, somewhere in there? Where you're talking about growing community? Is that it?
Yes, yeah. It's right where the sanctuary city is listed. It talks about the strategies or policies to
It begins with make Benton Harbor a gentrification-proof city.
Yeah.
And then it moves through other options, but that begins on page 36. It's part of chapter 3, for people who have one in front of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hensel.
You don't have a copy we can put on the screen, do you?
I don't even have access to the screen.
You say you do?
If it's on your computer,
We're discussing it. I would just like everyone to be able to see exactly what we're discussing.
Do you have a copy, Tiffany?
I would have to see if I can pull it up.
Okay. Well, did you get your question answered, or are we
I
still
did
waiting?
not.
Okay.
He told me to search for it in the area. So I see Sanctuary City, Artist Outreach.
Music. Gentrification proof. Those are the strategies, I guess. So what's listed here is new and former resident outreach and welcome program, Music City and artist outreach, and then mentions Sanctuary City as the last of them.
There's no how you gonna gentrification? How you gonna boost them out from gentrification?
Okay.
I will say, just, I know we're in the middle of the public hearing. You know, Plan Commission can certainly make additional comments and ask additional questions after you hear from members of the public. So you can close the public hearing and then also continue to ask questions prior to your motion.
I appreciate that. I was just giving her a moment to see if she could pull it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
And while she's looking for that, one of the questions I was going to ask has to do with gentrification proof. When we hear the term master plan, community plan, what's the difference between the two? And how do we increase density with the number of vacant spaces within the city that we have? I'm not seeing where we have the capacity for 10,000 people with the existing vacant lots that I keep hearing us talk about. Is there a strategy for increasing density without displacing any of our current residents?
I mean, there are, the plan talks about the number of even just city-owned sites that can be redeveloped. And it shows a variety of methodologies through private development on existing vacant or underutilized sites, and programs from, that would help the city to also work with residents in Benton Harbor to redevelop properties that the city owns that are vacant to create new housing opportunities. And, you know, that would all be also, which is part of one of the strategies in the plan, by also having a target to renovate existing homes, ensure that every resident in Benton Harbor would allow, you know, not just be allowed to stay, but would benefit from the redevelopment strategies included in the plan. And that a part of seeking new residents also would be outreaching to people who have lived in Benton Harbor and left and might like to come back and have a quality new home that they could purchase and build equity within the city of Benton Harbor. So it's not just building new homes, it's also renovating the existing housing stock and setting city policies to ensure that not just were residents of Benton Harbor able to maintain their status as residents in Benton Harbor, but also benefit from public programs and continue to live within the city of Benton Harbor.
Ox Creek has come up many times, and many of our citizens don't see where that's relevant. But as part of a trail system, part of a linear park, and part of a corridor from one end of the city out to our shopping districts in and around where the current Orchard Mall is this something that's viable, that we need to increase the desirability of having Benton Harbor part of this trade area that we're talking about?
Well, yes, I think the answer to that is yes. I think the concept of a trade area really exists, you know, it's there. A trade area is there whether, you know, you think it's there or not, right? I mean, the idea is simple. It's, you know, economic, people will drive so far to get goods and services. And the distance that people will drive to receive goods and services exceeds the geographical area of the city of Benton Harbor. And within this plan, we very clearly state, which is my observation from, the 2 years I've been working with the city to plan, the downtown Benton Harbor is the regional center. I view downtown Benton Harbor as the highest place in the region. And I think that's what we mean when we talk about the trade area.
In addition to talking about the trade area, our dollars are taken out of the community to go out into these districts around Benton Harbor. Does the plan outline anything that would create a trade area in Benton Harbor so that we could keep the dollars that are here in the community?
Yeah, I mean, the future land use map designates areas that are suitable for commercial development, and it includes neighborhood centers, which the idea behind where the neighborhood centers are located is that, every neighborhood in the city should have access to, goods and services and commercial development within walking and biking distance from their home. So it's not just downtown, it's also, neighborhood stores.
When we talk about neighborhood commercial districts, we see a lot of these mini-marts. How do we get our own citizens to develop these commercial areas and have something other than mini-mart? How do we get fresh food and vegetables out into the community like that, other than the farmer's market once a week? Does our plan address any of that? Entrepreneurs, small business owners in the commercial areas that we are speaking of?
It does within the sense of there's a chapter of the plan that talks about equity policy areas, and one of those concepts is the Black Wall Street area, which was an idea that we heard about from residents when we talked about wanting to support local entrepreneurship. And that is a concept that's embraced in the plan. I think it's also carried through to the future land use map, which recognizes that neighborhood commercial is important. So, it's planning is very complex, right? Because there's individual agents. Every resident in Benton Harbor wants the opportunity to be. Not everyone wants the opportunity to be an entrepreneur, but everyone should have the opportunity to be an entrepreneur if they want it, right? So I think the plan is designed to support and provide opportunities to anyone that wants to be a part of implementing it.
Okay. Commissioners, any additional questions before we go to public comments?
One other question. To pick up on what Commissioner Henry was saying, I have no problems with sanctuary cities, but to use those immigrants as a means to increase the population, I have a problem with that. According to the plan, without the sanctuary city, your plan was to bring so many new residents to the city. What happened to that?
That's still in the plan, yeah.
Does it include the sanctuary? Does it include and again, I have no problem whatsoever with immigrants, none whatsoever. Everybody deserves a chance. I'm good with that. But if this is a master plan, and part of the master plan is to bring in not so much, I guess what I'm saying is, how do you make that part of your 10,000 people when I think in terms of 10,000 people, I'm thinking in terms of people who can register and will vote. these people that you're speaking in terms of in the sanctuary, these immigrants, they will not have that ability. So what burden will they be on the city?
So we're having a dialogue here, right? So I'm gonna tell you
Okay.
what I think. Okay.
Good.
I think that this is a good strategy. I think that, many residents who are immigrants, by and large are documented and they are here legally. And I think what this strategy does is it says, my family won't be harassed or forced to provide documentation in a way that other families are not. And, let's say I do have a grandmother or a cousin who's visiting me, and maybe they don't have the proper documentation. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are not here legally. It just means that they don't have the proper documentation. So I think the risk to this strategy is very, very small.
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, sanctuary cities is a haven for undocumented immigrants. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I wouldn't use the word haven. I think what it is it's a
Maybe not.
policy that says that you
Okay,
do not
it's a place.
actively collect information that you're not required by the federal government to
It's a
collect.
place, most sanctuary cities is a place where undocumented immigrants feel safe.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
And the other thing, I keep bringing this up because I understand strategies and structure. A strategy without a structure is an idea.
Okay, we're getting ready to go back to that page 36.
35 or 36? Let me find it again.
37.
Is it 37?
37.
Real quick, while we're waiting to get to that page, this is a dynamic document. It can be changed at any time. This is not etched in stone. Just as we have created this, we can make changes to it as we go. It's like building an airplane while you're flying it.
Oh, God.
Yes. It sounds a
God,
little, it sounds a
help me.
little shaky, but
I would want to be a pastor.
I think that's the situation we find ourselves in, trying to answer all the questions before we even know the destination. Over the period of time, we're looking to increase density. I've heard many terms used for how this is done. We talk about affordable housing, and we talk about attainable housing. We talk about single-family residence. We talk about multifamily residence. We're even talking about income properties. All of these will have to be looked at closely, determine what parts of the city would be most favorable for that type of development. Talk about mixed use as opposed to commercial use in certain areas. So this is kind of complicated. One document won't get us where we need to go. As we go, we're looking at people coming in and out of the city. Those who are here with housing might want to downsize. Children are up and gone. They don't need the space. Those properties can be rehabilitated at the same time. There need to be places for people to go. Those of us who already are in the community, what basis do we have to stay here if we can't find jobs? So jobs is one of the things we look at. So economic development goes hand in hand with an increase in density. Why would I come to a town where there are no jobs? That's what has been the issue with Benton Harbor. So all of the infrastructure improvements that you see going on around the city, all of this is part of a strategic plan. And when we say master, we don't mean master as many people come to think of it. We mean a single strategy. This will be the single strategy for community development. Your turn. Yes.
What's that?
Okay, let's
41.
open this up for public comment now. Is that okay with you? Okay. No, just for commissioners. Okay. Public, you all can join in now. Did you want to step up to the mic? All right.
Hello, I am Fourth Ward Commissioner Ethel Clark Griffin. I had some questions through the chair, I guess, for Paul.
Yes,
first.
thank you.
So Paul, you said you added, it's, only thing really changed, you named probably about 3 different things that really changed since the last time. 2 of them was public parks included. Can you tell me the parks that was included?
I'm going to defer to Maya. Which 2 were added?
Thayer Park and Arts Park? Right.
Okay.
And that information wasn't on the city website, so we had to kind of track it down. But this plan will document it.
Okay, and do you have a listing of the park? Because I also talked about some parks that was not included, and they are also in the Fourth Ward, but I see it's not. You have a list of the parks that, you don't have to show it now, but do you?
There is a listing of the parks. There's a map, the Parks and Boulevard System map, and in that chapter,
103.
there is a description of all the parks. And the only 2 that we were told were not included on that map were Thayer Park and Arts Park.
I know I saw a document where.
Actually, it begins on 104.
Park and Jean Clark Park is not included. Are those included? Edgecombe Park and Jean Clark Park? I assume that paper I did. But Edgecombe Park.
Where's that?
I do have the document up, so I have to check.
Should I be talking to you or should
It
I?
starts on 104.
We're a team, we're a team,
Okay,
yep.
I'm asking you and then she's talking in the audience. I don't know which one should, and then you asking her.
Maya and Jeff Kiesler are both my colleagues, and they worked on this plan with me, which is why they're here today.
All right, thank you. So you said something about, I don't know if you're talking about naming or changing certain areas. You said something about neighborhood, regional, and there was one more thing that was added. Can you tell me what was neighborhood, regional, and
In the Riverfront Harbor area.
front harbor?
So those are classifications that are included on the future land use map. And the future land use map is the policy that recommends what type of uses and form of development is appropriate in what part of the city. So that's really the land use plan. It's the land use plan for the city. And the changes that I made between the first version of the plan that was released for public comment and this version were very minimal to that section of the plan. And it was just to note that within those 3 districts, there are properties that are encumbered by deed restrictions. So we can't develop anything but parks there because of limitations that were placed on the properties due to MDNR requirements and funding the city had received in the past. So what we added was to say the city should work to remove the encumbrances from those properties if they're better suited for commercial development or for residential development. And, other places in the city that might be better used for parks could be used for parks.
Okay, and then you
Time's up.
said something about Ox Creek area,
Okay.
moving it from public to private. Did I hear you talking about private?
I named that as an example, that's not specific. I didn't add that to the plan. We do talk about Ox Creek in the plan. But as an example, what I was saying is
Should only use-
Ox Creek is an area that the city's working to redevelopment and redevelop as a linear park. And that there could be opportunities adjacent to that linear park that would be more suitable to have deed restrictions and permanent, be required to permanently remain as public parks than some of the areas that are located in the regional center.
I forgot to mention that during the public comment period, to give everybody an opportunity to speak, we'll have to use our time limits, 3 minutes per person.
So you getting us both, my question and his answer 3 minutes? Because his answers are pretty long, so that's taking my 3 minutes.
That is a good point. And it is pretty customary to have the comments and then address them at the end.
Hang on.
Correct. So, all of Commissioner Clark Griffin's, questions should be asked, and then, through her 3 minutes, and then give Paul an opportunity to answer those at the end.
So are we starting over, or what? Okay, thank you. So, well, first of all, let me just say, I'm not interested in privatizing anything, outsourcing anything. Ben Harbor has given enough. So turning anything to private where the resident don't have access or not included, I'm not interested. And then you talked about a sanctuary city. A sanctuary, yeah. So according to, it said a municipality that limits or denies its cooperations with the national government in enforcing immigration law. So that's what a sanctuary city is, which means if we say it or accept it, we'll be limited or denying our cooperation with the national government in enforcing immigration law. And also, I want to say that we have a lot of homeless people still in Benton Harbor. So we need to be looking out for people that don't have resident in places. I see homeless people all day, every day, right down in this area too. And so we need to be focused, especially master plan, about something to help the people that are homeless, that lives right here. And I'm just gonna really sum it up. I don't see a lot of things. I've been saying it all through this master plan. I don't see a lot of things for the inner city. I don't see a lot of things that's gonna help us or give us a better quality of life in this master plan. I see it, to be honest, as a lot of things that I've seen, I see it as a takeover. I see it as an exclusion of a lot of our residents, especially in the city. And I'm not in favor of it. I'm still not in favor of this time, at this point, and unless you show me something that really includes the inner city and something that things where we are interested in, things that represent the residents are here. All I hear, people moving in, people want to come, developers will come. I want to talk about the residents here, what's going to help us live a better quality of life. Thank you.
Public comments? Yes, ma'am.
Aaliyah Horns here again. Yeah, so that's a part of what I have to say.
Speak into your mic, please.
That's a part of the comment that I wanted to make too, as far as bringing new talent or new residents or whatnot. What about the local artists that's already here? Are there any employment opportunities for us as well as housing opportunities? Like, if you do bring more talent, like, are we going to be given some type of specific jobs where we can do the work that we do art-wise? Like, I'm an artist and I'm living with my mom right now. I would very much love to have my own place here in Benton Harbor, but I can't afford it unless I work a 9 to 5, but then I can't do my artistry. So it's like, I'm struggling every day, like, if I'm gonna leave the city or not, because I know elsewhere I can maintain because I'm making more money. There's not a lot of jobs here, like, period. And the ones that are is like factory jobs where we're overworking ourselves. And so how are we supposed to maintain that And I wanted to say that it was Paducah Alliance Renaissance or something like that, where they have a policy where they are, I don't know if it's still active right now, but they had something like rent in a specific area where the artist could pay like $1 a month or something. And I'm not suggesting that low amount, but like even if it was $100 or $200 a month, and it can be for like a year lease, and then, you know, they have to move out, and maybe you can give other artists opportunities to move in and whatnot. But even then, you know, utilize us in the city doing jobs that we can help, like architecture, interior design, landscaping, like art is everything. So, yeah, there's, you know, a number of things.
Okay,
but-
thank you for your comment. I believe these
Citizen,
3 minutes is going to be difficult. I'm going to try to be quick. Director McGinnis, Director of Public Safety for the City of Ben Harbor. This actually is my first Planning Commission meeting I've ever been to, and very interesting. So I'm quite concerned about the sanctuary city piece. I guess I probably have more comments than questions. And first, let me say also, by city policy as well as department policy, I cannot take a public political stance. It's not what I do. However, I do have a problem with virtue signaling, no matter what side it is, and that's exactly what I see going on here. There was a comment made, I thank Commissioner Henry, Commissioner Marshall for their comments. Then I heard somebody else say that it was asked to take that out prior, and it's still in. Whose master plan is this? If it was asked to be taken out, take it out. Represent your client, don't virtue signal. From what I'm hearing, we're saying we don't want that. So if you look at nationally, the issues going on, Chicago, San Francisco, New York, there are problems with the immigrants coming in. It is a problem. They're in Chicago. You have residents suing the mayor. My wife just went on a trip this weekend to North Carolina. She was much chagrined because she does not follow the news that at O'Hare Airport, they are sleeping inside the airport. She said there's people walking around with robes and house shoes. She had to walk around people, immigrants, to get to where she was going. Chicago Police Department, one of the main precincts, is housing them in the lobby. Last week, there was a stabbing amongst the immigrants in the Chicago Police Department. I find it a little bit disingenuous when the question was asked, well, how was it this help? And you made it sound like these people will become part of what gives us the 10,000 or 10,000 more, whatever you were saying. And I thank Commissioner Marshall for his comments because they can't pay taxes. They can't vote. Can they register their kids for school? And again, back on the virtue signaling piece, when you say harassing them, that is classic, epic, left-wing virtue signaling. So if we have calls of chickens, for a fact right now, we go there and ask them any questions, that's harassment. That's not fair. And it's a disservice to the citizens of Ben Harbor who asked the police to come do their job. We're already operating at 50% because of being short-staffed. Adding that issue, Chicago's got 19,000 taken in a week. They can't pay for it. We see New York has asked for federal funds and not getting it. So we can't barely fill potholes. How can we take care of another population that will drain more resources? As a director of public safety, I welcome everybody. I work on my Spanish every day because I see us moving in a direction. We have a lot of current law-abiding Latinos that come into the community that we love. I'm trying to actively recruit officers who might speak Spanish. I'm asking my guys, will they want to learn Spanish? So I'm not the only person who speaks Spanish in 49022. So that's my concern. And again, it's not really a question, but I think we need to be mindful of, let's not virtue signal. Let's do what the client asks. From what I've heard, being ignorant here, I've heard them say, we don't want that.
Can I respond to that? It was mentioned.
No, I'm asking you questions.
I was mentioned, and I'm allowed to respond if I'm mentioned. You pointed at me, and you said I was virtually signaling, so I'm allowed to respond. This is a public meeting.
address the,
Chair, may I respond to that comment?
it does deserve an answer.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I will say that what I said was that people who could come to a sanctuary city could live without fear of harassment. I 100% agree with Director McGinnis. Talking to people is not harassment, and I apologize if that's the way my comment was made. You're right. You're right. I shouldn't have used that word. I also just want to clarify that it was not my decision to leave that policy in this draft. It was discussed with the advisory committee, and the advisory committee, many of the people in this room were at that meeting, made the decision to keep that recommendation in the draft. And when I was speaking to this issue earlier, I said, if Planning Commission wants to make the recommendation to remove that from the draft, we will do it 100%. And I certainly would say if your public safety director and police chief recommends it be removed, that is a very compelling reason to remove it. I am not here in any way to try to make my opinion on a policy be the policy that the city adopts. So it is the Planning Commission's charge to determine if you want to recommend this plan with that policy in it to go to City Commission, or if you'd like to recommend it be removed to go to City Commission, it will be removed. We will 100% take Planning Commission's recommendation on this issue.
This is the final public hearing, but before it's approved, it can still be modified. So there can be changes made. I want to return back to Commissioner Bell's comments. I believe we had a
I appreciate that. I definitely wanted to speak to this beforehand so we could avoid this, but I am going to make a motion that we remove the sanctuary city insert from the master plan. We have enough individuals here. We have adults of families of 4 adults in one home. We can fill in spaces and we can empower our own citizens to purchase homes, and figuring out how to do that is why we have the master plan, but I definitely would like to make the motion to remove that insert completely.
motion is made by Commissioner Bell and supported by Commissioner Henry that the
That the
Motion
section
as-
of the sanctuary cities be removed from section 3 of the master plan. It's in the growing community section. Thank you.
discussion. Call for the vote.
Commissioner Marshall?
Yes.
Manager Mitchell?
Yes.
Commissioner Archibald?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Henry?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensel?
Yes.
Chairman Reed?
Yes,
Motion carried.
it has been removed. Okay, public, Mr. Rabbers?
Richard Rabbers, Main Street, Benton Harbor, DDA, and caring citizen.
You can take a
feels
seat
like-
if you like.
I will be seated, and there's a lot of interest in the master plan, and maybe there's confusion about it. It seems like the discussion is going toward the policy to make things happen that are dreams and ideas that, in my mind, are part of a master plan. Hopes, dreams, concepts, possibilities. That's sort of what the master plan, I believe, is intended to make. How that is done is not Mr. Lippen's problem, really. This whole thing is our plan for what to clearly agree on our pursuits over the next long period of time. How to get there is the processes and procedures that have been talked about that we need to decide that we're going to get serious and do. We want to make, in my mind, we want to make we want to double the population for why? Because our water plant is capable of more, all our water bills are higher than we can afford. I think that's, that among other infrastructure issues are why we want to increase the population. Closing the doors is not really, that's working against that plan or that desire or that objective. So be welcoming. There's a lot of things of being welcoming, it's all procedures and policies. We have to decide we want people, and we have to figure out how to do it. Try not to close the doors, but be open. Try to keep, in my mind, public comments are about the master plan and agreeing on what that is supposed to be about, and then staying on that task as far as discussions go. And try not to go how it will be possible to do, but do we agree those ideas are good ideas, and do we want to go forward with this grand plan that's being created by a lot of you? And I'm a little bit surprised that some of the questions from the Planning Commission have been sort of, what is your plan? This is not your plan. This is a plan that's been developed by all of us with as much participation as we've been able to provide. So I think hopefully we'll keep at it.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Yes, Mayor. Come on.
Happy Tuesday. Eleanor Gavin. I'm also on the school board and a resident, born and raised in Benton Harbor. I was happy to hear some of the things that I heard in the master plan about the Black Wall Street zones, about attracting residents and family members of residents who may have moved away. And I thought gentrification proof is a really interesting concept. And I'm curious if you can kind of speak more to what that would look like if I have 10 family members who've moved away because of loss of jobs, or, you know, bills were too high, or, you know, disappointed with the school system. What in that master plan specifically would encourage them to come back, or give them some incentives to know that this is a place that they can come back to and recenter their ancestral roots in Benton Harbor? That's one question. I have two more, but that's one. Or should I just ask them all and then? Okay, the second one is, I am concerned about, I guess it's more of a comment, I'm concerned about our scarcity mindset and othering people, undocumented people. What I heard was there's some issues of poverty, people who have some of the same issues that we as Black people have, and in our fear, we want to push them out instead of figure out, okay, how much space do we set aside to make sure that our people have what we need, and then what can we do to make this a sanctuary city for other people who may have had similar experiences. I would be more interested in that conversation than just, oh my gosh, these people are criminals. It just sounds racist to me. Not Black people being racist, but just mimicking the oppressor. My other question is, you know, I've seen a lot of plans in writing to privatize our public schools. There have been policies to eliminate the school zone protections. And what I'm wondering, is there anything in the master plan to protect our public schools, knowing that that's one of the main reasons that would cause a person to move here or leave, is wanting quality schools. So is there anything in there that speaks to protecting public schools?
I can provide an
wanna
answer to that
respond now?
question. Yeah.
Okay.
So the plan does have a section that talks about coordination with the Benton Harbor Area School Board. One of the comments we got from Ms. Robinson on the plan was the Benton Harbor Area School Board had no plans to move out of the city of Benton Harbor. So she asked that there was a statement that said the school board should stay in the city of Benton Harbor, and that was removed because currently the Benton Harbor has no, area school board has no plans to leave the city. There is a section in the plan that describes education policy areas, which is, you know, essentially the idea that every neighborhood should have a place either dedicated to training, neighborhood schools, or education areas. So from a land use perspective, the idea of supporting continued educational opportunities that are accessible by each neighborhood is included in the plan. as well as, stating the importance of Benton Harbor Area Schools as a partner to help redevelop the city and achieve the goals that are included in the plan. There are also, within the idea of what's the question you asked about what's in the plan to help ensure opportunities for city residents, including new housing for outreaching to prior city residents. I think one of the things that we heard through the process that it was not just about building new homes on vacant sites and providing new housing opportunities, but also about ensuring that there were programs in place to renovate the existing housing stock and make sure that the existing housing within neighborhoods was maintained and provided for. So I think that's one strategy that makes sure that even if you have a home and you don't want to leave, that there's something in the plan to ensure that the city values those properties and invests in restoring and renovating the existing housing stock. There's also an idea in the plan that's described as an equity housing ladder that talks about making sure that city residents are provided an opportunity at every stage in the housing process, whether it's the person who lives in a home, the person who's developing the home, the person who's building the home, the person who is financing the home, that we recognize that every part of housing development involves an investor or someone who's actually building the home. And by having a strategy in place that allows those opportunities to be provided to existing Benton Harbor residents, the city can ensure that residents benefit from it. And it is a policy, but one of the things that I've said when I've been asked this question is if you don't have a policy, how can it happen, right? So this plan, in that way, it is aspirational, but it does establish a policy that in reinvesting in neighborhoods and building new housing, the city would provide, work to within what's the city power to provide those opportunities to Benton Harbor residents. And those ideas are articulated in the plan as part of the policy towards redevelopment.
May I ask a clarifying question? I wasn't sure I heard them right. Just share. Did you say that President Robinson said take out the line that said that we want Benton Harbor area schools to stay in Benton Harbor?
There was a line that said something to the effect of, in the past, Benton Harbor area's schools has considered moving their headquarters out of the city and that it should stay within the city. And what she said was, actually, to be precise, there is no plan right now for Benton Harbor area schools to leave the city of Benton Harbor, and I'd like this removed from the plan. And if I'm misquoting the comment that she provided, that's on me. But I did, recognize that comment. I said, you know what, you're right. If that's not something the school board's considering, we don't have to put it in the plan. And so that was one of the things that I removed. And I think that I interpreted that comment right. I think that I'm stating it right as well.
Okay, thank you.
Let me clarify something. The master plan is not to solve social issues. It has more to do with land use and how it's going to be used in the future to benefit the community. Just wanted to make sure we all understand that. Okay, we of course want to respect everybody's time. So do we have any more public comments before we move on? Anybody else want to speak? Now, I know Commissioner Bell has yet to get her answers, or have you? We're good there. Very brief, please.
I would like to see the loft rebuilt for the youth, where they could go and do learn basically every trade of art, but in a sense where they can actually get certification behind that too, so that when they get a certain age, they are able to get jobs and create their own businesses, or at least work for other people. And then I had a question about page 37. It says something about grant opportunities. Who's going to help with the grant opportunities? Would we have to write grant proposals on our own? And if so, will we have help with that? And who will we have the help from?
Social issues. Okay. Well, I thank you for your comments. If you're done, the public is done, I would like to close the public comment section now and come back to the commission. What say you, the commission, that should we pass this final draft along to the full city commission for their adoption, or their review and then adoption? Or if there's anything that you think that we need to continue to work on this document?
Mr. Chair, I motion that we move this master plan to the full commission for their approval.
The motion's made by Commissioner Marshall and is supported by Commissioner Hensel to move this on to the full city commission for their approval, review and approval. Any discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I have a problem. This document has a few changes in it. It's all good. I haven't seen it yet. Commissioner is not here. I can't even say that when I asked them if they looked at the master plan, some said they got a chance to and some said they didn't. Now, I would know that before the next meeting, I need to go through this because I looked through it and I didn't see any red lines to tell me that this page was changed, this dialogue was changed. That means I gotta go through and verify with my memory or what the old document said. So I'm saying to give the commission some time to really look at this, because my colleagues will pass this and not read it. So give them time to read it.
Mr. Chair.
While we're,
No, if you say next week, that's not time to do it.
we're not recommending adoption, we're saying that we recommended that you all, we're done with it.
Look it over.
Now it's up to you all to, what you do with it.
You giving
If
it
you
to
wanna
us
change
for
it-
approval. I'm asking you
You
to,
don't have to.
Nope, you don't have to approve anything.
no, you giving us the opportunity to make that decision.
Mr. Chair.
Uneducated. You giving us the opportunity to say, yes, we're gonna do this, or no, we're not. And if I tell you this document is so important, I haven't even got a chance to look at the new changes. And so I'm saying to
There's no time
you,
limit for you all to accept or reject this. There's no time limit here.
yes,
take
there
all
is.
the
If you
time
put
you
it
need.
on the agenda, that's what's gonna happen.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Give us some time before you put it on the agenda so we can digest it and look for the future in this master plan. Because this is what this master plan is about, our future. I want my grandkids, I want my great-grandkids to know that this plan was for them. I want my grandparents to know that something is here for them.
Okay.
And I want us to have enough time to look at it. So don't, please, please, do not push it to the next commission meeting. Give us time to go through it.
City manager.
Let me make a suggestion, Paul, that you take the new items, list the old items, and note the changes.
We could certainly do a memorandum like that for the city commission. As I mentioned, I kind of walked through the changes, and I'd happily put those in a memorandum for city commission so that you have that.
And identify the pages where they are, so they can easily find them.
Yep, we can do that. And also, per the motion planning commission made, we will create a version that does not have the sanctuary city language in it as well prior to plan commission, or prior to city commission. And then I just say it's, you know, within the city manager's office and the clerk's office determine which meeting, and you know, we're here to support you, whichever meeting you want for city commission to consider it, or even if they want to talk about it and delay a vote to another time. I think the comments are well taken and well received.
Does that meet your requirements, Commissioner Henry?
What does that mean? You gonna do it, you gonna do it anyway, or what? What is he saying?
What do you want the planning commission to do with this? We're done with it.
Well,
Now we're passing along to you
Let
with
me-
our
let me-
recommendation.
Let me help, please.
Okay,
Commissioner Henry, what he's saying is, they'll put that together, and then we'll bring it to the commission when you're ready for it to come to the commission.
so it is gonna come next week?
No, it's up to you guys. That's the one.
To you
To
guys.
me guys.
Yeah, well, you.
No, me ain't me.
Well, I'm
me,
saying you
me.
part of the commission, right?
No,
So it's up to you
I'm
guys to
just
look it
one.
over.
I'm just one.
It sound like y'all.
That man right there makes the decision. And I'm asking him to make sure that it does not come to our commission meeting next week. Give us time to read it. That's all I'm asking.
Understood.
Please, give us an
Understood.
opportunity.
Understood and
Thank you.
agreed.
okay. The motion has been made that we recommend that we,
I'm gonna ask if there could be a timeline to be given to them. But they do have it.
They'll have ample time. We won't put it on until they're ready.
okay. The comment was that it would not be put on the commission's agenda until you all are ready for it. Is there any reason why we need to keep it here?
I do have a question, though. Can you provide us with the same document you're going to generate for the city commission?
Sure, as an
for those
informational
changes?
item, we can place it in an upcoming packet so that you're,
Be aware of it before
Be nice
they
for us to have it
move it on.
just for our records as we move
Yeah.
forward. Thank you.
Any more comments from the commission? Hold the roll for the vote to move this on to the full city commission.
Manager Mitchell,
Yes.
Commissioner Archibald,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henry,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensel,
Yes?
Commissioner Marshall,
Yes.
Chairman Reed.
Yes.
Motion carried.
At this time, I would like to move on to the Colfax Avenue reconstruction. Do we have someone to make a presentation? State your name and the organization that you're with or representing.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Drews. I'm with Abbott Marsh Consultants. This is Jason Marquardt, also with Abbott Marsh. So let me see if I can get this hooked up here. Okay, so we want to talk about Colfax Avenue. We presented this project at the Public Safety Committee meeting last Wednesday night. Some of you were in attendance at that meeting, but we're trying to get public input, trying to get planning commission input. You know, we got input that night, trying to get some more input on what the vision for this corridor wants to be when we're said and done. We're in the preliminary design stage, so that's kind of why we're here today, is to get some more input. So you'll see the agenda up on the screen. This was from the other night. I'm just going to run through this same agenda, maybe in a little bit of more of an abbreviated state. But basically, the project that we're going to talk about is on Colfax Avenue from Main Street to Market Street. And I'll go through some maps and show you the parameters, but I just want to go through some preliminaries here first. The project includes pavement reconstruction, complete reconstruction, water main improvements, sanitary sewer improvements, storm sewer improvements, and sidewalk improvements to basically reconstruct that entire street from Main to Market. It's about a quarter of a mile, a quarter of a mile. The preliminary construction estimate for this project is about $2.4 million. Of that, we were able to secure federal funding about $1.16 million. That's state or surface transportation block grant money. That comes through the Twin Cats organization. So we got a big chunk of money for the roadway improvements. There's also state water funding for $850,000 and sanitary sewer improvements of $360,000. You add those numbers up, there's very little local match, very little outlay from the city's funds to pay for this project. So it's a good thing. You're getting a project that with very little cost to the city. Our implementation schedule, now this, because it has federal funding, has to run through the Michigan Department of Transportation, their local agency programs unit. So that's a lengthy process, and we're just getting started. So our intent is to follow their schedule. They publish a schedule of how everything needs to be submitted. Our intent is to submit preliminary plans in January, final plans in March. That would be then an MDOT bid letting in June. And then it takes a little bit of time to award through the MDOT process. So we anticipate that construction can start in August through November of next year. So that's the timeframe. So the discussion points we want to talk about mainly today, this afternoon, it's not tonight yet, are the geometrics and what does the cross-section of this roadway look like. So we've presented, I'm going to show you here 3 options that we've looked at. One of them being a 2-lane road, 1 lane in each direction, with bicycle lanes on street and on-street parking. That's the first option. The second option is 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction with parking, but no bike lanes. And then the third option is a variation of option 1. It has the on-street bike lanes, but then it provides curb bump outs to define the parking areas a little better. I'll just tell you that we had unanimous, discussion and recommendations from the committee last Wednesday that option 1 is their preference. I don't want to influence you, but that's where the thought was that night. It's still in the planning stage. It's still in that opportunity to provide comment and your comments to this plan. So with that, let me work into these options. So on the screen here, you've probably got hard copies as well. On the left-hand side this is option 1. And I'll zoom in here in a minute. But on the left-hand side of the page is Market Street. As we start working to the right, we get to Oak Street. And then we go down to another view that continues. We get to Wall Street, and then eventually get to the Main Street intersection. One thing to note on this, we have shown just a preliminary, it was a site plan we had from the Corner at Wall project. That is here on the westerly side of Colfax Avenue, just to the south of Oak Street. So that's the block that is going to be occupied by that development when that moves forward. So we just want to give you some context there. So as I zoom in, let me do my best here to navigate. Basically, what we're showing here is these 2 lanes as I described. We're showing on-street bike lanes, which gives the complete streets type atmosphere and design concept of accommodating all users, cars, bicycles, and pedestrians. We show on-street parking spaces, and then we show sidewalks out to the right-of-way. Now, I have to say that this first block between Market Street and Oak Street has a narrower right-of-way. It only has 66 feet of right-of-way. So in this concept, you don't see a lot of green. You don't see a lot of grass and landscape and opportunities with this option. But as we get, let me go down to the bottom here. As we get to Oak Street, the right-of-way actually widens out to 80 feet. So there is opportunity for green space, there is opportunity for street trees, those type of things, from Oak Street to Main Street. But it continues on, basically, the 2-lane section, bike lanes, then the on-street parking. There are certain restrictions for on-street parking and the widths and things we need to meet, so this all meets that criteria. And then we get down to Main Street, we continue the bike lanes and basically have 2 lanes that approach the Main Street intersection. One is a through left, the other one is a right only, so it replicates what's there now. We all know that signal, if you're sitting there, lasts forever. I want to be able to allow right turners to make that right turn on red so they're not, bottled up there. So that's why we wanted to maintain that cross-section, and then 1 lane actually heading, to the south again. So the bike lane section, or bike lane concept here is, if you go to the south city limits on Colfax Avenue, there are on-street bike lanes. As you head by the high school, they become what they call share-all markings, or share the road markings. And then they, as you get into the one-way section, there's a bike lane on the one side again. So this would be continuity from the south city limits all the way to Main Street with the on-street bicycle lanes with this concept. Let me move on to the second one. So very similar, honestly, but as I mentioned, this concept does not have the on-street bike lanes. It shows with this concept you can get more green, but you don't have that continuity with the complete streets. So that was part of the discussion we had the other night was, you know, it's good to have that continuity, good to have the bike lanes, but we wanted to show this as a potential option. I'll just glance through, there's more, we don't know exactly what's going on here with the landscape in front of the corner wall project or how that's truly gonna fit there yet. We're gonna be working with them as the developers to make sure things coincide. But as I mentioned, you come down to Main Street and, there's green space, there would be the 2 lanes, and so this one does not have the on-street bike lanes. Third option, just to briefly go to that, go back here. So in this option, you'll see that we actually bump out, these are called curb bump outs. We bump out the curbs at the intersections, and what this does, the Oak Street intersection is a better opportunity to see it. It basically allows a shorter crossing distance across the road for pedestrians. It gives you a little more opportunity to define the parking areas. One of the things I'm just gonna say is, one of the problems with this is snow plowing. They've got to weave in and out. They've got to, basically work around these bump outs. Some communities love that. Some communities, St. Joe on Langley Avenue, when we reconstructed that a couple of years, we did bump outs where the parking areas were. They're okay with it. Some communities don't want anything to do with that. Don't make it more complicated on the plow drivers than you have to. So this one basically, as I said, it's really a replication of option 1. It just shows these bumped out areas, these curbed areas to allow for lesser crossing distance. So with that, I guess I'd like to, as I mentioned, option 1, go back to that one, with the on-street bike lanes and the on-street parking was the preference of the committee the other night, and I guess I'd like to open it up to any comments you have. There's a couple other nuanced things I want to talk about once we get, if you have any comments, I should say.
Well, I have some questions.
Sure.
Americans with disability, are we looking at bike lanes to be used for the motorized wheelchairs, or are we still leave them on the sidewalk?
My personal opinion is they should remain on the sidewalk and not be out in traffic. So I should have said this earlier. Let me zoom in on the actual widths here, if I can get there. We've actually designated 7-foot sidewalks on this entire stretch versus 5-foot sidewalks. The reason being is, in this case, they're adjacent right to the back of curb. It allows a little more space for snow to pile, and it gives you a little more space for walkability. So we have 7-foot sidewalks, we have 11-foot lanes, of course, the 9-foot parking lane. So all of this meets criteria, that national criteria.
Now, one more question. With the bump outs, are we losing parking places to do it that way?
Yeah, let me go back here. So in this concept, in option 1, it was 44 spaces, and I'll just zoom down here to the bump out one. All right, we had 42, so we lost 2 spaces with the bump outs.
Just 2?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can you just explain to them one perfect example of that bump out in front of the high school?
Oh. Yeah, we're gonna take care of that as part of redoing that signal too, but basically it juts out into the roadway. So.
Terrible.
In snow?
It'll be taken care of, I promise.
Okay.
The funding also gets a little tricky on when you do add bump outs too with MDOT. Essentially, MDOT pays for lane miles, and if you have a bump out, you can't easily convert that parking line to a lane mile. So bump outs actually probably is some city participation costs.
That's a great point. We just went through this Lake Boulevard. We're gonna resurface that in St. Joe next year. They have bump outs there. MDOT would not pay for the parking areas on that street at this point.
Okay. Commissioners?
Yeah, I do have a question. on your funding sources, you mentioned state water funds. What is that?
Yeah, I can answer that. That's the city received ARP dollars as part of the lead service replacement project. And in addition to the lead service replacements, they also received a lot of funding to do distribution system improvements and projects at the water plant. So Colfax was actually one of the program projects that was written into that grant agreement between the state and the city. So that's where you see that $800,000. It's part of the actual funding package that the city's already received.
It's part of the funding package for the waters,
Yes.
for the city.
Yep, that, Colfax, and there's other streets that are included in that, there's other streets. Colfax is just one piece of that.
So I guess my question is, you want to use this money for the downtown area. Could this same money be used for the inner city area?
Sure, and there's, yes, it could. Colfax was listed on your guys' water reliability studies and your water asset management plan years back. There's multiple projects going on in the inner city. If you want to, May and Monroe is a project that's being bid right now. Green and Edwards is being bid right now. Superior and Ogden's going to be designed. So there's other program projects.
Yeah, I understand that and I see that, but there's also many others that can use the services. The other thing is the federal funds. Is that money available for inner city work?
It's available for federal aid routes. Those are your major streets in the city. So there's a map that's out there that shows which streets are eligible for federal aid money. Colfax, Empire, Pipestone, it's the major routes in the city that are designated for that.
Yes, there are some issues with Empire that could possibly use some of this money to be fix the street. And the other thing is, once the streets are resurfaced, would there be any guarantee on that work? Because the city's spending lots of money resurfacing the streets. Shortly thereafter, there's cracks, potholes. If, in my opinion, if you're going to spend that kind of money for work, then it should be guaranteed. So I'm just a little concerned about the location. I have no problem with the project. It's just the location, because I understand that the people downtown, they have business and so what have you, but the people in the community pay taxes as well. And so if these funds are available, perhaps somebody needs to look into how can we get some for the inner city to do such great work as you are going to do.
I can address the federal funding aspect. Is the Twin Cities Area Transportation Study, is Twin Cats, has a call for projects every 3 years. And this Colfax project, Pipestone was another one. We're going to resurface Pipestone next spring. There are certain projects that we submitted for based on input from the administration and you know, what utilities need to be upgraded. You know, there's a whole concept that goes through there. Then we compete for the money. So basically, St. Joe's in there, and the road department's in there, Bridgman's in there. Everybody wants their piece of the pie. So this Colfax project was originally designated as $650,000 in federal funds. About a month and a half ago, we got that almost doubled because there was an allocation, and we moved this project forward, and we did some good work to get extra money. So I feel really good about what we're doing with the federal money on this project.
Mr. Chair, to the city manager, is Evermore still our engineers?
They're still our engineers, yes.
And how come you can't find some money for the inner city?
We do
If
have
you are-
money for inner city projects, sir.
You do?
Yes, we do.
When will we start seeing it? I mean, there's a lot of works going on right now, so I'm not denying that. There's a lot of good things going on. I'm just curious because I know a street with sidewalks that really, really need repairing. And I'm not gonna tell anybody it's my street.
Your street, huh? Mine too.
Mine too.
What the heck? Okay, Commissioner Hensel.
You want to go first?
You go first. I love following you.
A couple of comments from my perspective here as a planning commissioner and also as Downtown Development Authority president. We are working towards a boulevard system, and it's in the master plan update. There are also references to investments that the city was planning to make from 2010 on when the current plan was adopted. So I'm glad to see that we're actually working on that network of bike lanes. It's long overdue. We have lots of people who are using e-bikes and bicycles to get from one end of the city to the other. And this plan in particular, we want to make sure that we can get people from any neighborhood to the beach, to the riverfront, to the schools, and to downtown. So I think it's important that that be maintained in this plan. Also, a comment about the water main project. With the redevelopment of that block, where the corner of Wall Street is proposed, I'm pretty sure that we probably will want to make sure that we replace the water mains, because we're talking about concentrating a number of low-income people in a site, and they should have access to clean water just as well as anyone else throughout the city, and that's the point of that project. So I think it's helpful when the city can make those contributions to these projects in order to make them go forward well and in the service of our existing residents and new residents who will come.
Any additional comments?
I have a couple of questions. You said there was a very low cost to the city. What is that cost? Maybe the city manager, whoever has that.
So if I take 1.9, 2.1, honestly, it's probably about $250,000 in that range.
$250,000? Mr. City Manager, where would $250,000 come?
When you say where would it come from? Come
Yeah.
from city funds.
The general fund? Will it come out of income tax? Will it come out of opera? Where does it come from?
It wouldn't come out of opera, could come out of income tax. We don't have it nailed down yet, where I can sit here and tell you today.
So you prepare for a project and hope that we have the money.
No, we're still preparing for the project. The next part of it, we go to the finance director and we work on the city's payment plan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then another concern I have is that area is gonna put a new project there. It's gonna be a lot of heavy equipment. Of course, now Colfax is a major street, so the trucks will definitely come down Colfax. With all the work on the city, I've seen trucks go down major streets and local streets, and maybe that's the reason why they're cracking. I'm not sure. But I do know those heavy trucks cause a lot of damage. So we're gonna pave this with asphalt, the same amount of legal asphalt, whatever inches or feet or whatever and what do you have to say about that?
I can answer, okay. It is proposed as asphalt with curb and gutter. When we do a street like this, we just don't do a 3-inch section. We actually have to do a pavement design through the MDOT process to prove with the heavy trucks, with all of that factored in, what the cross-section will be. It's likely to be 5 to 7 inches of asphalt in this case, and that's a very heavy asphalt section. And I'll just say, if you expect asphalt to last forever, it doesn't. It's gonna crack. It's just preventive maintenance after the fact with crack sealing and those type of things that has to happen. It's just the nature of the material. Concrete cracks as well. It's just, it has a longer life, but it's probably gonna add a lot of cost to the project if we were to go concrete pavement.
Okay. I want to address the lights.
Yeah, so let me just give everybody a preview of that, since you got the preview the other night. What's this thing up here? So what I have on the screen now is what's currently out there for a street light. Can we all agree that's about ugly as all get out?
Looks like my neighborhood.
Well, maybe we can do your neighborhood sometime too, but I mean, those streetlights, I don't think we want to recreate that again. So the discussion the other night was talk to AEP about what options are there for streetlights. If the city were to purchase their own and put in decorative streetlights, let's call it, my estimation is that adds about $150,000 to the cost of the project. And then you've got to maintain those lights forever, just like the ones on the business loop that, the city, if somebody knocks one down, you're going to pay $12,000 to $15,000 to put a new one up. So the discussion the other night was we ought to at least look at the options that AEP could offer before we go down that path and add that additional cost that may not be the right thing to do. So, sorry, you can ask your question.
Yeah, that answered my question.
Okay.
Okay, so later on, we'll talk about that. And I'm so glad to hear that the bike trails are finally connected. That's probably the only one in the city that will connect to anywhere. So it's a start. Landscaping is very important for this project. The green space is always needed for the world. So I'm suggesting as much green space as we can. And then the last question I want to ask about parking. Is it parallel parking? Wait a minute, which one?
It's parallel that we're showing up
Okay,
there.
but when you get more parking space, if you do like other communities and drive in, park in, the road looks pretty wide. I don't know, I'm just asking you. I'm trying to put more parking spaces in, because that's more money for us in the long run. Right now, they're gonna park free until we put a system in that they can pay. But I want more parking space than what I'm seeing here, because I know that we could probably add 3 or 4 parking spaces if we change the direction of the park. And it's easier for me to park like that than to park the other way.
Me too. I can answer the question of, you're talking about angle parking, basically. MDOT will not pay for angle parking. And honestly, if you have angle parking on the street, there's a study that you have to go through to actually justify that it's still there, that it's not causing problems. But that pavement would not be qualified as being eligible for MDOT, the MDOT money in that case. So it's similar to the option 3, that you can't convert it to a through lane. So we try to steer people away from the angle parking. I agree, but this first block, I don't think you can make this first block work with all of that. Maybe potentially the second block with, the little extra green space, but I guess I would recommend against it for the funding and for the approval of, the MDOT approval, because it's a federal aid route. Again, it's not just a city street.
That's pretty much my thought on it. It's a great project. That area is going to be redeveloped, and hopefully we'll be able to get more of our people involved in the project.
Okay, we need to move
Is there
along.
any jobs?
We're
Is there any
approaching our
training?
2 hours.
Is there any jobs or any training with this project?
The answer is, we can't, it's MDOT governed, so we can't mandate it. We can talk about that with them, as there are opportunities for on-the-job training that we can put in there. It just, we don't have a whole lot of say in it. I'll make note of it, we'll pursue it. I just can't say yes. I can't flat out say yes right now.
So you contacting MDOT?
We work directly through MDOT through this whole
Good,
process.
because I contact them all the time too, and they keep telling me that, oh yeah, we're gonna work on social justice. We're gonna work on apprenticeship. Do you know that this is apprenticeship week? And we still have, so until after March, look at jobs and training. I'm gonna, and I've gone through after March's account for the last 18 months, and I can say that if you guys don't come up with a plan to get our people involved in the project, it's gonna be a problem. Because you've been there a long time, and our policies and procedures and resolutions are in place. But if you don't implement any of it, if you don't even try to implement it.
We try. We try.
You talked to MDOT about parallel parking already?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we talked about it on numerous projects.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to have to move along here. We're approaching our 2-hour time limit here, so I would like to, there are no additional questions. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Drew, for your taking the time to give your presentation. Moving along, next, the absence report for the members. Commissioner Glenn Yarborough was excused. At this time, we would like an update from AEP.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I will try and keep this brief for some of the newer members on the commission. I'm Mona Livingston with Indiana Michigan Power. I'm from their External Affairs Department, and I have two colleagues, John Hostel and Eric Giffey, who are from our AEP transmission team. I want to start off by providing updates on the Main Street substation. As I had promised when I had come last year, that I would provide timely updates and with pictures. So on the first page are just pictures of us putting in drains to accept stormwater from our neighboring properties so that we don't have a second incident of flooding. And this was one of those conditions that we had gotten approved when we went through the process. On the second page, there are just pictures of us removing the old concrete, putting in new conduits, and encasing it in concrete. And then there's a drill that's like being used to lay out, to drill for laying out concrete into the foundations. And every day, the site continues to pump between 1,400 and 1,900 gallons of water. They treat it, they test it before discharging it. But that's, and again, on the last page, there are also pictures of them encasing the conduits in concrete.
Where is this water discharged?
Huh?
Where's the discharge?
Into the canal with permission,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we are still on track to complete this project and bring Main Street in service in Q3 of next year, 2024. At the latest, it will be the beginning of Q4 if we have a really terrible winter or something unexpected happens. But otherwise, we are on track.
Questions from the
Questions
commission?
from me before I hand it over to my coworkers?
Okay, if you want to continue on.
Yes, hello, I am John Hostel. I'm the right-of-way agent for AEP Transmission. Piggybacking off of what Mona said, you guys are currently having a rebuild done on the Main Street Station. As you can see on your screen up here, where my hand is, that is the Main Street Station. I'm here to speak to you about, I call it the Hickory Creek to Main Street Transmission Project. Currently, this is a project that's moved south out of the Main Street Station, and it goes from this station all the way to Hickory Creek Station. I'll scroll out for a minute and show you the complete overview of the project. It's hard to see, but it travels down this way right here, and I could zoom in anywhere you want. It travels south of the station, south on 11th, or west on 11th and south on 11th. I apologize for this. It travels south here, and this is 11th, right? 11th Street?
Yes, it's 11.
And then, yeah, it keeps on going all the way down, and then travels west on Empire, and then travels south on Broadway all the way down. And it jogs a little bit on Donald, then Monroe, and then continues south on Union, and then all the way down through here, and then starts, this is Union, I do believe, I apologize for the streets, and then starts heading west. I think we're out of the city of Benton Harbor, but I just wanted to give you an overview of what we're doing. And we're rebuilding this line. This line is just on our docket to replace aging assets, to improve reliability and redundancy. This line is a 34 kilovolt line that is being rebuilt to 69 kilovolt standards, so that you guys as a city, as you grow and expand, can keep up with the electrical demand. It probably will not operate at 69,000 volts until you guys need that, but that capacity is gonna be there for whenever, if you guys get large manufacturing plants, more housing, more like charging, whatever electrical needs you have, this line will be able to handle that. But I'm here today to ask for the signature or for the permission for you guys to grant us easements on a couple of your city-owned parcels. And I will start at the north parcel right here, the furthest north parcel. So like, as I said, this is the Main Street Station, and then we cross a private landowner, and then we come to your parcel that's just on, that is West Market. And then if you open your packet, the first thing you open up to will be the first exhibit, and that is that West Market exhibit. As the first one was the first presentation, as you can see in this corner right here, it's dated 11/4/22. We worked with Mr. Mitchell and his engineering team, Abin March, and we straightened out these parcels to best utilize that for future development. We shoved the line all the way back between structures 107 and 106. You guys would be... Yeah, so, and you know, that easement right there is a 60-foot corridor. That right there currently is a blank parcel, but it's, since we did shift it over, you know, you have everything to the east and to the south open for development. You know, so that is a new route right here from 107 to 106 to 104. You guys, is it okay if you want to ask questions about this as I go? I have 4 parcels to present, or do you want me to present them all? Then you could ask questions.
You can present them all.
Okay, so then moving right along, the next parcel right below, as you can see my hand, this is this parcel right here. But then we come across, we cross Main Street. In the back of your packet, there is a crossing exhibit. You know, there's an exhibit that just shows the aerial of the crossing that we will be permitting for. That goes to structure 106. The next open in your packet is the easement that runs between Market and West Market. This is the first 2 are the original easement that we requested. Then we had 2 engineering meetings and we discussed this one also, what we were able to do to lessen the impact. We moved structures 104, 105, and 106 closer to West Market to available to open up that whole land area over there between West Market and Market for development, and keep everything towards the road's edge to lessen the impact on that parcel, to keep it open, as you guys voiced your concerns that development and keeping that parcel as open as possible, and that's what we did. We moved and worked with Jason and Mr. Ellis there. So as you could see in the 2 renderings, so, and then we come across and then head south on that parcel. And then that's where your next crossing will be of Market. In the back of your packet, you'll just see an aerial. It looks like just a square. It's just an aerial that till we come down. And then at this point, we pick up where the original line was. We did this reroute for the business owner here to get off of his building so he could have future expansion. and then that way he could do whatever he wants. I think our line has been there for quite some time, and then at the time that the building was built, there was different electrical requirements, and you were allowed to have encroachments under there. I assume this was quite some time ago that that structure, and so to move that to not inhibit him and allow him to expand, we rerouted around here to go back to Main Street Station because the original line crosses right over here, so we wanted to get out of that area for that landowner. The next one is further down here. This one is a open parcel right here. That's the next one in your packet. As you can see, the original exhibit, we worked with your team there, and we narrowed that exhibit to narrow the easements needed right here. And then also, we pushed structure 96 and 97 off of the parcel. They were close to the edge. So essentially, all you're gonna have is wire overhang, just like any other parcel here, free to driveways, free for development. And this easement was reduced to just 17 feet. And I think your house setback for your city code is 25 or 30. So if someone was to develop here, we're gonna be way out of, they'll be way out of the area. And then, we can also, as you guys develop this plan, we're able to do you're able to do anything you choose here. It's just like any other street or conductor hanging there after the adjustments we made, so.
This is 11th.
Yes, this is 11th. And then moving on, there's one last easement, and I'll get to that last, but until, I just want to follow the line route for, so as we come down, there is just two crossings I want to speak of. This is the original crossing, how it is here, for line angles, for engineering, and to come across the street. And this, I think these changed just a little bit, the line angles of these crossings. You'll see the aerial crossing in the back of your packet. I did not print a large 11x7. You guys didn't have any easements here, but I just wanted to make note of it. We worked to keep those line angles straight and along with the road here, and then come for a better angle for us here. But there was a slight change there, so I just wanted to present that to the city and see if anybody had any questions. And then the other crossing, which is a new crossing, which was here on Empire. We worked with the engineering team. Essentially, we were going to make 76 was to be here and make a hard 90 and then go west. We created a long angle to avoid some of these. We essentially couldn't get some of the landowners to agree to some of the terms or to come to the negotiating table to keep that there. So that's why you're going to see for permitting for a long angle. We chose to do a long angle and keep it to this northern point of the south side of Empire to work with this landowner here, and this because he did have development plans. Our other options were to go behind or to do a long up here and come and impact here, but we were able to create engineering solutions to take care of that here. And working with this landowner here, he would like to keep this in the front because he eventually says he would like to expand on his parcel here, and we keeps everything open to the west and to the south. So that's the reason for the long angle there. So I didn't know if anybody wanted to talk to that. And then the last parcel for the city of Benton Harbor is a shared parcel that is on the island in Anchor's Way. I do believe it's right here. Correct? Yes. And the shared one and the last one, as you could see, it's the parcel. We're not going anywhere. It's the same. It's the last folded packet you have. That just shows, I enlarged these just to show for detail because it's really just, if you look where the structures are, they're very close to the road's edge, and really nothing's changing there. It's just we wanted to create an easement there to have for our new structures, as the old one, we were just in road right away. So that is it. Does anybody have any questions? I know I spoke fast. I didn't know if I was under the 3-minute time limit.
Questions, commissioners?
Yeah, we would like to present this, I think, to the next step is to our, your commission.
If no questions, I'd like to move on to,
Actually, I do have a question.
okay.
I'm not, this is the first time I'm seeing it, so we are thinking about making some changes to land use in the area around 11th Street.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if we have time to look at it a little more closely before anybody says anything here. I don't know what your timetable is, but
I'm open.
if you could give us some time to look at these drawings and compare them to what we haven't been talking about in our planning process to see how they will align with creating more mixed-use space downtown.
Okay.
Just to make sure that the lines won't be going through an area where we're expecting to have future development, or where they are in connection with that. So is there a way you could come back next month? Does that put you off your?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely can. I didn't know if you had any plans that you could present to us that we could also compare and work. I've worked with Mr. Mitchell and Evan March twice now, and we can come back up as many times as you want, but I didn't know if there's something that we could do in the meantime while you're reviewing this, because on 11th, this is the only parcel that we would need an easement for. And I didn't know you had development plans for that or anything that we could work if you present, and I could work with engineering to make sure structures.
Yeah, I'm not sure without time to analyze where that is on our zoning map and.
Okay, yeah.
Mr.
Definitely,
Chair.
we'll come back next month.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what we'll do is get with Rich. And we'll go over that
Get
with
them on
you.
an email chain or something, and we can share files that way, then you guys can see what we have going on, because this project was essentially announced in early of 2021. It was announced as the Benton Harbor Fairplane project, and it is available on our website to look at the original plans. We are working to get our projects updated, and we just haven't made it quite that far yet to get to this one and updating the website. So the timeline is the only thing that's out of date. It was our originally announced timeline. And so these easements are really the final step here before we can get more into our detailed engineering, but we'd be more than happy to get you guys looped in and share some of those files.
Well,
Sure.
we're at the final steps before we could proceed with construction. Detailed engineering is complete. So the only thing we need, less two private landowners, is the city of Benton Harbor for these easements, and we are to move forward with construction for this reliability project.
Okay, and there may not be any conflicts or any issue, but it just would be nice to have time to examine it and compare it to our development maps.
Get Abbott and Marsh, and we'll get together on it.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, absolutely. And then also, I am the right-of-way agent for, we are moving poles on Upton Drive is that for the city? There's some other locations, different cities?
Not up
Yeah,
to,
too close.
Closer.
Down the road.
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure.
I do have another question for you. Are you replacing the lattice towers with monopoles
Yes.
throughout downtown?
So we're at downtown, like, if you could, like, through here, like, when you say downtown, I guess I don't know.
Well, from the river to Papa Avenue and from the railroad to Market.
As
Yeah.
we rebuild these projects and all the new poles that come in are monopoles.
Yeah, monopoles.
And our goal is to rebuild all of the transmission lines. They just are not all gonna happen. So even though this is very close to Main Street will be done first, once that is up and running.
Right.
Then we will start doing this. So it may not, to a person, it may feel like, why did you just miss that one? It's right behind there, but it's on the same circuit.
Thank you.
And that is something that you can see on the website as well. There's a typical structure image. It talks about the monopole itself and all there on the website.
Thank
So would you like us to reschedule for this particular meeting in December, or?
That work for you?
Or is there a possibility that we send out these maps after you?
Conditions.
What do you,
We do it with conditions? We don't even know what the conditions are yet.
well, yeah, I guess we could. So, would you be open to a condition being that there are no conflicts with the city's development plan?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we would have ongoing calls with.
Yeah, we'd have ongoing, just like we're working,
Planning
I apologize, like we're working with Whirlpool and we're moving structure for them. We have ongoing calls. At any time, if you have something that you need moved for AEP, we're willing to set up and do project calls and, work with you guys to do anything for new development. As this is why we're rebuilding it, for redundancy and for reliability and for the expansion and improvement of the city. So yeah, we would be more than willing, we'd be great to open up and have open discussions and that way we know what you guys are doing, you'll know what we are doing. It could be instant feedback,
Mr. Little, would you be open to being the conduit for the comments to them?
Certainly.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve with conditions that the changes to the route of the lines don't conflict with city's development plans, and that the administration will get back to you with an answer in the next month. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Did you get support for the motion? Motion's made by Commissioner Hensel, supported by Commissioner Henry.
City manager?
Any comments?
City manager taking the clerk's place?
Yeah, he's taking the notes.
Look like
You want to call the
You
roll?
have to give me time, I'm doing.
Yeah, I was. Okay, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Archibald,
yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henry,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensel,
Yes?
Commissioner Marshall,
Yes.
City Manager Mitchell, yes. Commissioner Reed,
Yes. Okay, I'd like to
motion
move.
passed.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to move on to contingencies for Project T. Mr. Lippens, you want to give us a?
Yeah, in the Planning Commission packet, you have a letter from McKenna dated November 9th. We understand at the last Plan Commission meeting, the Project T site plan was approved with conditions. We issued a letter prior to that meeting describing the ordinance requirements and conditions that were requested from the applicant. And our letter dated November 9th goes through and states all those conditions that have been met. At this time, we have a recommendation that the conditions have largely been satisfied and that the remaining items can be reviewed administratively, including the review of the photometric plan, which was provided by the applicant last Friday. That if the city were to determine any easements be needed on the property, that they would be recorded and reviewed by the city. That the master deed and condo bylaws would be submitted for review and approval by the city administration and deemed consistent with the PD approval and the site plan approval. That any remaining comments from the engineer, Department of Public Safety, or city manager's office also be addressed if there are any. I'm not sure if everyone has had an opportunity to review the plan set, so that's a condition that's on there that we're recommending. And that any conditions noted by Planning Commission today also be added to this list. So the recommendation is that Planning Commission approve the site plan with those above mentioned conditions, that the addressing of these conditions can be approved administratively by Mr. Little, the Director of Community and Economic Development, within 60 days. And that the administration will provide an administrative report to Planning Commission when these items have been addressed. Further, if the items are not completed within 60 days, or if the administration cannot approve these conditions working with the applicant team, that the Director of Community and Economic Development may refer this item back to Planning Commission. So essentially, there are minor issues that we would like to review with the applicant on the plan set, and we would like to recommend that the Department of Economic and Community Development make a report to Planning Commission at the next meeting, which we believe it will be the next meeting, even possibly this week, that all these conditions are addressed. So that's the recommendation. Some of the things that we found, which I would like to say, the development team has really done an excellent job of addressing all the issues that have been discussed in the letter, and I know Planning Commissioner Hensel and Planning Commission Chair Reed have been involved in those meetings, so they could also talk about those. So, any additional items by Planning Commission? The applicant's here to also talk about the plan set. We certainly appreciate all the revisions that have been made, and we would like to recommend the removal of conditions with the 5 conditions that I remain to be addressed administratively and approved by the administration, with the allowance that administration can make a report back to Plan Commission.
We have a copy of your recommendations for the removal of the conditions, but there's also a report from Fishbeck with all of the items and their responses. So with these 2 documents, I'm not sure if, no, I'm sorry. I was looking for additional feedback from the city staff. Was there any additional feedback that the city staff has for T and those conditions?
No additional at this time. One item that we were asked by their engineers to check into, and that was the repair of Wells Street after the cuts were made. They asked if the city would consider, instead of them repairing the concrete, to just take out and replace the whole street with asphalt. If they want to do that, the engineer said we're receptive to that.
Yes, that was our understanding. Commissioners, do you have
Did I
any?
hear replace the asphalt, or did I hear concrete? What did I hear?
The street is currently concrete on Wells Street in that block. And they're expecting to make, I believe, like 14 cuts for sewer and water into that street. To repair it would require repairing it with concrete with a beveled edge and so forth. And I believe the engineers for the project have looked at that and asked if we would be receptive to, instead of repairing concrete, to just take that whole street out and then redo it with as an asphalt street.
Are there any additional questions? Now, since we've already approved this, the only conditions we have are the ones that are stated here. Commissioner Henry has just raised a good question. Is this something that can be resolved administratively, or is this something that we'd have to come back to the Planning Commission for?
The recommendation is that you make a motion that the conditions have been met, accepting the 5 in the letter. One of those is that any conditions noted today by Planning Commission could also be a part of that approval. So if there's a question about the asphalt, I think you could have that discussion and add that to the recommendation.
We can accept the resolution of the contingencies at this time and add on for an update at the future meeting that the additional conditions she just stated be addressed administratively.
Yes, I mean, if I may ask a follow-up question, I believe what I heard was that the city engineer has expressed that the asphalt solution would be acceptable from an engineering standpoint. So if there's a question about that, we should hear it from Plan Commission on what you actually want us to investigate, right? Does that make sense? Yes.
Yeah, everybody knows asphalt is contaminated. Everybody knows that it's cheap and it doesn't last long. And if you're gonna tear up concrete to put asphalt in, that's going backwards. We should be trying to put concrete in, and everything on the line, when they did the lead lines, if there was concrete, they had to put concrete back. There was a reason for that. So I'm just having a problem with Wells Street. It's been a problem in Third Ward. The residents over there are all crying about how bad the street is and that it's a one-way street and they wanted a two-way street, and they said that they didn't get any response from staff about it. So that's a big problem for me right now, to think about the economics of it and the value of concrete compared to asphalt. So,
Can we separate the existing contingencies that we've already approved, or if we're going to approve them, and add this in as a subsequent contingency that we've discovered since the last meeting?
Yeah, I mean, just to offer a few solutions, under the recommendation number 5, it was that we would also add any conditions noted by Planning Commission at the regular meeting on November 14th, 2023. One of those conditions, if someone were to make a motion, could be that the street was remained concrete and it was returned to the existing conditions. Another condition, I'll provide another example, could be that you have a formal report from the engineer as to why asphalt was a suitable solution. So, either one of those things, and, the applicant is here, the applicant's engineering team, and I know this was a discussion that you have and a request that you made, so you could provide some background as to why either of those solutions might work from your perspective as well.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members. I'm Shanna Morgan. I am the managing partner of Renovari Development. I'm here on behalf of our partners at Harbor Habitat, and Erin Hudson sends her apologies. She is very ill or would be here today. We are Project T LLC Benton Harbor. Certainly we're still working through the final engineering items as we move through site plan. We appreciate everyone's help who has, attended our weekly meetings. As everyone knows, we have worked to make modifications within this site plan to meet all of the initiatives. Commissioner Henry, we understand your request, and I'll turn it over to my partner at Fishbeck to go through engineering solutions. During some of these revisions and site plans, we have incurred a lot of additional costs right now. One of our challenges that we have received an award through the Michigan State Housing Development Authority for missing middle funds, which are ARPA funds that need to be spent down fairly quickly. That is why we have been working together, moving through this. During that time frame, there's several different pieces in the modifications that we made, including underground storm retention, making modifications for additional parking that causes for additional curb cuts. So we're looking for solutions to work within the budget and financing we have to meet your engineering requirements and make sure that we're delivering all the elements of the project that you have asked for. As many of the elements that we look, to ensure that this retains the character in the community that, everyone from the Planning Commission has requested. As I said, we will still continue to work with the engineering team to look for solutions. I'm going to turn it over to Fishbeck from our engineering team to answer any technical questions that you'll have.
What's the difference in the cost between repairing the cutouts and asphalt in the entire street?
Right now, we'd have to cost it for you. We have 14 curb cuts that need to. I think we've got some some street
the mic,
engineers in
please.
here. It's quite costly. So right now, looking at our street, and I mean, high end, it's very hard to just say, but it would be just in street repair alone, likely several $100,000 more in that type of repair.
Yeah, we don't have those accurate numbers today, but we'd be happy to follow up with that.
One more follow-up question that we needed.
I'm through with that part. I want to talk about the recommendation number 3. Master deed and bylaws, condo documents are being submitted for review and approved by the city administration. Now, during some of the meetings, the condo association popped up, and I asked a question about it. It's a very interesting conversation. I want to make sure that the elected officials know about it, get a chance to review it, because it's something that's going to affect our newest homeowners. I just think that that should be our privy as well as the administrator's privy to that information.
I want to answer a few questions that may help you better understand that. First of all, we're fairly flexible to work with the city on feedback. This will be a highly complex master plan because we will likely have more than one association because of the mixed-use building, the nature of the duplexes with ongoing use agreements into some of contractable areas on the property. So it's going to take some creative forces. That being said, the association will at some point be turned over to a body that's appointed through the homeowners. And at that time, note that as long as we're meeting Michigan law, those bylaws and master deeds can be amended. And, you know, once a board is appointed and turned over, there, unless we put specific deed restrictions that the city requests, the substance within the bylaws and master deeds can be changed.
Thank you. But I'm just a firm believer, if you do it right the first time, you don't have to change it.
We have a motion to approve the existing contingencies be removed, and we'll maintain the contingency that Wells Street report or feedback will be given, and at that time, we can assess what we want to do with that. But I'm under the impression that that still would be an administrative approval. Okay. I get the motion to remove.
I make that motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Marshall. Support?
I support it.
Supported by Commissioner Archibald, that the existing conditions be satisfied and removed, or are satisfied and removed. Discussion?
The motion doesn't actually list them. I think it should list them. And we're referring to items 1 through 5 on the letter from the consultant, adding actually number 5 as being determining the material for the rebuild of Wells Street.
I rescind my motion and refer to Commissioner Hensel to make the motion.
I was hoping you'd just add that. But either way, we want to make sure that this is these are listed as part of the minutes from this meeting today, and that we all understand that these are the conditions we're working on resolving, and that there aren't any others.
We have support for the amended motion.
Support.
Once again, Commissioner Archibald supports. Any discussion before the vote? Call for the vote, please.
Commissioner Archibald,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Henry?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensel?
Yes.
Commissioner Marshall?
Yes.
Commissioner Manager Mitchell, yes. Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Motion passes.
At this time, I would like to,
Make a motion to adjourn.
thank you, sir. Make a motion that we adjourn.
Support.
Supported by, who supported that?
Commissioner Marshall?
Commissioner Marshall. Marshall. Okay. You can call the roll.
Commissioner Archibald?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Henry?
Commissioner Henry?
Commissioner Hensel?
Yes.
Commissioner Marshall?
Mr. Marshall, do you want to adjourn?
Chairman Reed?
Yes.
All right.
We're done. Good grief.
Okay.
Yes, well, the thing is, if you, because this stuff is out there, you cut off the discussion.
And when there's money,
People have the
when it gets
opportunity to
spent,
say,
it disappears at the end of the year.
on their suggestion.
So now, if
We're here
if they done
representing
took,
them. So if they say
in
this
the-
to us,
and I asked them to bring
have-
me their,
then the support we need when we make those motions. And we need that, because if there are conversations about what we've done, we're responding. Hi.
but that's what I was calling you for.
You're welcome.
I didn't need anything about it.
Thank you.
So now, wherever that money,
The reason,
clear it out,
the reason for
you
putting
don't have to pay them.
specific things in these motions. You didn't say all of this stuff?
Doing all right?
Hanging in there, baby.
All right, me too.
And then if Alex comes up with those. So this holds everybody accountable.
They are good.
No, I'm not through with it. I'm not through with it.
You're welcome, thank you. And I don't see any conflicts per se, but I just didn't have a chance to look. Yep.
No, I'm on.
Well, that intern right there, I told them to call their
Talking about it, I don't have.
Veterans Administration.
Yes, respect.
Right.
Well, they didn't. They had to work.
Address where they are in terms
Check it out for me.
of non-clearance, so that the lights are still used. So that, I just don't, I just want to look through this. We were talking about this. We just had this conversation 2 days ago. Getting, in my mind, fixed where those areas are, because we're talking about making a lot of what's light industrial now mixed use. So we'll be talking about adding residences in the area. We just want to make sure that we understand.
Hold on a second.
I don't blame you.
But I do want to just spend a moment.
You didn't get 3 or 4 story buildings. These 2 lines that everyone understands how that will work.
So you look at it and you think what's going to happen.
Note to Peter, and then
Yeah, and I think
there's a street that's down. Everybody knocks it down.
we're in conversation with
Oh,
Alex.
they ain't worried about
You need
that.
You know, the 9/11 memorial.
But who down there?
So I talked with Nature's Way, who did the original planting.
Well,
You're right. We do need
thanks
to
for
look at
that.
that.
Sometimes things get
And,
lost, but
And as you know, the Arrow March picks the streets and things that we want to work on. And so when they came to us and they said, we want to work on Territory, Maine, and Highland.
we understand
From
each
the river
other.
up to Fab.
I'm excited
I told them to
that,
go. No, go back, bring us a plan.
yes, I was listening very carefully.
For the city.
Yes, that really worked well.
Just come right back the next month with the same one for this one.
And
They made 3 or 4 of us real mad. We went to blowing up. Told them, no, Don't bring nothing to us to approve.
Everyone should be happy, the best we could do.
So they did the inner city. That was good. Put all the efforts to it. But they do what they want to do. Unless we make them do it.
Moving on this side of the desk. And so some of, I appreciate any feedback you have about.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
She texted me today.
She did. Well, you know, you get kind of sidetracked with your everyday stuff. That make it hard for you. Uh-oh. I'm knocking stuff down.
I think,
Check out the shirt.
That's what I'm talking
I know
about.
that's important to you.
It sure is for our grandkids and our great-grandkids.
we asked you to do a number of things to make this a successful project.
We take home.
Our city needs what you're doing to move forward. So
On Mission Street.
Mission Street.
the mayor too.
Project Hughes
Sir,
here.
but-
Oh, Milton.
No, Mission.
Because may just take a private conversation with one of them that maybe they can open up the dialogue and get things moving.
Project T is right here.
Just keep us in the loop too. Coming back here to talk about this, talk about it on the public record. If that's what's necessary.
No, it's Mission.
No, I
Like
know.
the state. But I don't see that on here. Anyway, what I was saying.
I mean, no one wants to go to court, so
on
let's
Main,
see what can be done, with influence on this side to help you move forward on that, because I think everyone,
Michigan?
Yeah.
professional people here understand.
Mission.
No,
I was
my voice a little, you know.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I think that, isn't it Pipestone that is also technically Michigan? Or is it, one of these is like technically called Michigan? and it's
Table.
called something else?
Broker a solution.
Like, it's like a state highway, so it has like a part, like
Yeah,
a-
Pipestone.
Every penny you save on these projects is a penny less you have to ask us for, so it's to our advantage.
And I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Being patient enough to sit around, you see what we go through.
No, but I learned so much. And that's why I was, yeah, I was like, this is good.
Thank you for, very spirited. Thanks for coming today.
That's what we do.
That's right. I wanted to jump in, but there were two places really that,
I don't know what the breakdown is.
Bell's question about where are these things planned. 41 talks about the 10,000 and the plan to get there. It's a graphic, page 41. And then like page 8, starting at page 88 is like.
I'm going to go home. Let them drive you to drink.
So this side,
Filling in spaces.
I like the.
I can amend.
Ask me why I keep noticing.
I wanted to jump in, but.
Yeah, they are. Studios, I don't think it's using.
Part of that is, part of her
First floor is going to
comments,
have.
and I think other people, is that they didn't, I mean, we didn't have this.
Daycare.
So people are feeling a little pressured about what actually is in it. I went page by page and only got to about 90, going from my first 70% to this one. And that took me an afternoon. So, that's in their defense. But also, we'll need to do some training. Something that could be done.
We can't put a condition on it.
Training to make sure that people get speed on how to use it.
Because if the commissioners aren't getting it.
Yeah, no, I'm planning on coming.
Yeah, but that's all
I'm planning on coming. I think this is
To the city commissioners.
one more in November. This
Help
is
prepare
the last one, isn't it?
The public comment period, yeah. So that's interesting, bringing this up. And maybe we want like a one pager of how to do this.
Probably because a lot of people, I mean, some of those questions are based on misconceptions from the previous plan.
Yeah, you had.
Yeah.
I don't have a driver that drives me around. No, I'm not having
Not too much of that.
No, what I said is you don't drive drunk.
I have to wait in my car till I sober up.
We can't tell them which tenants to put in their
DUI.
Yeah, I know.
space.
I don't know where they're going next with this. If this is going to the full city commission, or is it going through the legislative committee on its way back to the full city commission? But
Delivery truck space.
ask Mr. Mitchell here. No, I'm asking on purpose because if it happens there, that's the opportunity to talk about the one pager public meeting for when it comes to the commission. So you would get there ahead of time.
Say that. You have to have like set up
When you're having your discussion with them, you'll,
the parking. I mean, they have the parking.
they will be prepared to participate.
It's set up good. It's set
I
up
think
great. I
the
think
setup
it
is
is.
really nice.
Good.
You know, I'm not the easiest.
Yes, it's control their schedule.
Those other issues,
And who sees what, but
human issues, that shows where
I could probably help you with that too.
systematic racism, they perform it all the time. And they will perform it if we don't have foundation or somewhere where our people can get involved. It'll be the same bullshit that we've been getting for 500 years. So now that's just my little spiel. Everybody's not gonna.
It's so hard to. It's like, what
everybody's not-
mechanism do we have to?
Yeah, everybody's not gonna feel like that. But I say
You
this.
need a ride home, right?
I do.
Okay.
It's like when we put
If I can get away from her, I'll ease on out.
Probably the longest meeting we've had in a while. I don't recall one quite like this,
That was related to the bylaws.
not since Whirlpool.
I don't think that we can specifically say, like,
You
you
have
have
to
to
do
have
this.
these specific rules. But we wanted to make sure that people would be allowed to put up their own fencing back here. Because originally, I don't know if it was just a misunderstanding or if we thought
Some
that
of it, like
wouldn't
the
allow
electrical
new
work that
fencing,
they're
but
talking about, answers people's questions about the master plan.
possession of their.
Yeah,
the
it's outside of
idea
their
of,
budget,
you know,
to like build them
creating,
themselves. But
you know, the
just allow,
infrastructure
make sure
for
that people
electric.
know where they're allowed to build a fence, what kind of fence they're allowed to build,
So that's
and then
right
this
on
is where they
time
would put
with
the
that.
Hand in hand,
So
isn't it?
if someone's
Yeah.
got the responsibility to take care of their own lawn, they have to have a place to keep their stuff, to take care of their lawnmower, all that stuff, so.
That was the
one-
issue that we had.
That was the biggest thing that we had, that we,
If you
that
got
we
a
got
dog
them.
or you got kids to play in the backyard, where
Yeah.
is the backyard?
Right, and it's like, and it's great to have this space for kids to play together, but it's also great to have, you know,
Your own
private
private.
space.
Yeah.
To make sure you're okay with your kid going in the backyard, because they're, 5 years old or whatever, or I don't know, that's what, I don't know.
And
But
you
just
got
like,
the public space.
you can just let your kid go
up
out there, you don't have to worry about it.
You
and
got
it's okay.
people wandering down into your space behind your house and you have no fence, you know.
With changing that part over there, could the part be updated a little bit? Well, it's too small.
The park down the street?
Yeah, it's too small.
Across the street?
Yeah.
Speed. Well, I don't forget what the name of that
Well,
park
they are
is.
gonna add a,
The next month for this meeting to.
No, I think for this, for the master plan, I think your next mission.
Okay. You guys recommended with removing sanctuary cities.
Right, so we had a separate motion for that, so we don't have to revisit it. It's done. And then, thank you for your
Oh, man.
work and your
Always good, and man, down here today, it's hard to beat.
Yeah. Now we have to figure out the zoning
Yes.
implications.
Yeah, we did, I mean, there's a zoning plan
I should be able to go
with
up here
small
and
things,
say
but it's not.
what I'm looking for,
We
but I don't.
need to get it incorporated in the document we have so we can use it.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. So, we'll get there.
That's right.
Thank you.
I'm going up to Covert.
Oh, you are?
Anyway.
I am, because I have to
told me
go
to
all
go
the way
to
up to Grand
some
I have to go all the way up to Ionia today. But on my way, I have an hour about, so I'm gonna stop and over working on their master plan, and I'm gonna take some photos.
So there's
So
more.
I'm like, this is like the last of the good weather, so I'm so happy to go to other place.
It's more.
Oh, I know, and
Well, I'm gonna send it directly to the clerk, and she'll send it to them.
yeah, no, I know, it's way prettier.
See you. Safe travels.
It didn't cost me nothing, but money.
We have to live with it. That street you're talking about is probably good shape
For concrete. They can fix it.
and our right and our managed saw that they were able to patch it.
What's this? You know, I'm a tree hugger. I went and they put plastic, they put him, asphalt. Stronger. Asphalt can be stronger. Gotta put something with it. Plastic, recycled plastic is making up north where it gets so cold. They're using him. It doesn't crack.
Those areas were
Don't let me bring Whiteman into the engineers into this. They told me the same.
in your position